All right. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday and welcome to the late shift. All right. I am looking forward to tonight's topic. We're going to be playing around, as you guys have likely seen, in the live um, thingamadoo. Goodness, it's going to be one of those nights. We're going to be playing with the RAKwireless Meshtastic. Well, they call it the RAKwireless WisMesh Pi HAT for Meshtastic. That's what we're going to be playing with. But yeah, it should be fun. I am getting more and more comfortable being less and less prepared for each of these live streams. So I think that's a good thing. I don't know. We'll find out. I'm curious what you guys think. And what I mean by that is we'll be coming into this. I just pulled it out of the box like an hour ago. Pulled it out of the box. I have a brand new Raspberry Pi 4 2 gig. And I just imaged the SD card so we wouldn't have to do that. But as far as I've got in checking this thing out is pulling it up on the RAKwireless website just to make sure they had some documentation so that we could walk through that on tonight's show. So, for the last couple of weeks, we've done something similar, and it's been pretty fun. It's worked out all right. So that is the plan tonight. Frank, yeah, one of those nights. I need to get my ghost in me. Maybe that'll help. But I am sure we're going to have fun no matter what. Hey, nice to see everybody out there in green. Welcome. Nice to see everybody out there. Actually, we have a bunch of folks in the chat already, so that's awesome. Thank you. Let's see here. I saw Bill. Bill was first tonight. He was ready to rock. He was like 30 minutes or maybe even sooner than that. Oh yeah, he was like 15 minutes early. I'm like, oh geez, Bill, I'm not ready yet, buddy. But thanks for being out there, Bill. Let's see. Ed was out there real early. Gray Man, he popped in, and then I don't. Are you out there, Tim? You still hanging with us? I know Tim likes to come in and try to steal that the first honors, but Bill beat him tonight. All right, let's see what we got going on here. I guess just a couple of announcements before we dive into things. This is my last week. I've decided one more week that I'm going to talk about these, and then on next week's stream, I'm going to reveal who the winners are, who I'm going to send these out to so that they can get them deployed at their QTH. Or some people have said, hey, I've got two options. I can deploy this at my QTH and have this type of experience, or I've got this alternate location where I could install it and have a different experience. So I thought that was pretty interesting. People sharing that they've got multiple deployment options. Pretty good strategy. I like that. Pretty good. Just to remind folks, hey, Cooley, good to have you out there. There you go, Tim. All right, I see what you're saying. First to say first. So, Bill, you see that? All right, let me make sure. I see someone talking to Cooley, but I don't see Cooley. I hate when that happens. I just changed over to live chat, so hopefully I will see everybody. But let's see here. Just to make sure that we give everybody an opportunity and everyone knows how this stuff works. If you go out to the community list, and let me just swap on over here and give you guys the URL for that. If you go out to the community list and sign up for the community list, at the end of the sign up process, and it's a little bit of a process, once you sign up, it sends you an email, and you have to validate your email. Once you validate your email, you'll be presented with with an option to fill out a form. Fill out that form. There's like, I don't know, 8 or 10 questions, something like that, maybe not that many. That talks a little bit about where you could deploy this, those types of things. And that's all it takes. So if you guys haven't signed up yet, we've probably got like, I'd say maybe 30 people that have signed up at this point. So still pretty good odds. And again, I'm sending these out to you guys at no cost, no fee to you. They have a SIM card in them. They're ready to go. All you got to do is put it out in the sun so it gets a little bit of charge, find a good spot for it. And, well, you guys saw, it doesn't take much to get those things going. So if you want to participate with this Open Dark Sky project, right, this is all about measuring light pollution. And if you want to be part of this program, make sure you fill this out and get yourself entered to be involved in that. Now, if you guys are already on the community list, all you have to do is come in here, put your email address in, and submit it. And then it's smart enough to know that you are on the community list, and it'll present you straight away with the link to get signed up for the project giveaway. So, all right, let's see here. Yeah, top chat versus live chat. Why do they always start it with the top chat instead of the live chat? I don't know. It's really kind of odd. Let's see here. So the other goodie here, or the bonus you get out of this, of course, is you're on the community list. You'll get an occasional newsletter, and you're signed up for all of the channel giveaways. And I'm starting to get ready for another giveaway, I think. Yeah, I'm trying to think of exactly how I want to trigger that, but I don't want to wait for like another like subscriber. See, it's going to be one of those nights, another one of those subscriber thresholds or something. I'm going to come up with another reason to have a giveaway. And I have a few things that I've collected already. And as you guys know, I've recently got my first 3D printer. So I've been printing some stuff up, getting some stuff ready. I might include some of those types of things with some of the other items. For instance, if I give away a elk antenna, which good chance I'll be doing that, I'll also give away the 3D printed handle. That's the mod that I really like for that printer. So, but anyhow, if you're on the community list, you're signed up for all of those giveaways. That's the only way that you can win here on the channel. All right. So that is that one. Let's see what else I've got here. What else do I want to share with you guys? Oh, I want to share this with you guys. I posted this. Where'd I put it? I posted this on Instagram. Is that where I put it? I think I put it on Instagram a couple of days or so ago. So our buddy Shane from this side of the radio, he does some fun stuff on the side, and one of those fun things that he does is some laser engraving. I think it's a laser engraver. What do I know? I'm pretty sure that's what it is. But he made this awesome little whiskey cup for me, and it's probably difficult for you guys to see, but it's got the logo on it right there. Isn't that cool? You can see a much better picture. Boy, I am not very good at aiming that, but there you go. I think it turned out great. It's got a charred inside to the cup, and this will be coming along on all my camping adventures, all my ham radio adventures. Again, it's solid. I don't know. Is it oak? It could be oak. It's got an oak-like pattern to it. It's not a heavy like I would expect it to be if it's oak, though. So, but a really nice job. And what I wanted to mention is that Shane has this spread shop, this side of the radio.myspreadshop.com, where he sells a lot of his wares, right? The different things that he does for Clubhouse, for his ballooning, just a little bit of everything, right? Let's see here. He's got a bunch of Clubhouse stuff out here. Maybe I'll zip ahead. He's also got some this side of the radio merch out there as well. But here you can see some of the Clubhouse stuff. Now, I looked tonight thinking that this guy might be on the site, but I don't see it yet. So if that is something you are interested in, you have to keep an eye on his site, or, you know, reach out to him and say, hey, Shane, I'd like to get one of those cool charred whiskey cups. And, you know, I'm sure he could put a call sign or a logo or something like that on there. They're just really cool. They're super well done. They come in a nice little box. But yeah, I wanted to say thank you, Shane. This is awesome. He had actually posted something on Instagram a few weeks back, and he said, hey, I'm playing with something new. And he had one of these cups jiggered up in his, no pun intended, jiggered up in his machine where he was etching some logos and stuff on it. And Jason, Ham Radio 2.0, and I both chimed in. We're like, oh, we want one of those. We need one of those. And Shane reached out and said, hey, send me a logo file, and he got me hooked up. So that was fantastic. Thank you, Shane. Really like that. Can't wait to take it on the next adventure. Yeah, QBF Workshop. That is right, Frank. But his website, as far as I know, is still this side of the radio.myspreadshop. My Spreadshop. Here, let me drop this in here, because that's a mouthful, let me tell you. Let me drop this in the chat. That's where you can find his stuff. So he does a great job with everything. I'm sure you guys have seen some of the hats and different things that he does. Very, very cool. All right, what else did I want to share with you guys tonight before we get too far? I guess the one other thing, too, I should mention. Oh, also, just real quick on the Open Dark Sky. Still only 16 stations. So, and as you guys know, I'm the only one here, at least broadcasting my station here in North America. So let me, I want to bounce over here though, real quick. And let's get all these out of the way as well. And this is my links tree, and you'll find that at bitsy/dr. This is where you can find, you know, some t-shirts, a bunch of coupon codes, affiliate links, all those types of things. So if you guys, you know, we're going to be talking about some RAKwireless stuff. If this is something you're interested in, I've got a discount code for you out there. Right, so there's always a number of different discount codes related to the channel here. You can find many of those here. Many of them also get sent out in the newsletter that I mentioned a little bit earlier. This is also where you can find my Amazon store and a lot of the stuff related to the projects that we do here on the channel. And yeah, you'll find also just links to some of my favorite things that are out there. You'll also find links that go out to Tim, EOD Kaboom's satellite frequency guides. So those are always handy. So you can find those here at bitsy/dr as well. All right. Let's go ahead and get into some this and that stuff. Hey, this was outside my shack window about an hour and a half ago. So this is one of the great joys of being kind of out here away from a bunch of people. For me, is I get to see a bunch of wildlife, which I really enjoy. Yeah, dinner. Um, and I really enjoy seeing deer, and I love hunting deer and all the rest of that stuff. But there's just something about seeing a wild turkey that is just even more exciting for me. I just love when I see turkeys around the ranch here. And, I've told you guys before, I've got one very small window here in the shack, and I just happened to look over at the right time, and I saw this turkey milling around out there. It's really kind of pretty amazing that I actually caught this thing in that small aperture that's here in the shack. And so I ran over and took a picture of it, and then watched it until it ran off into the weeds. I just love seeing turkeys out here. Let's see, Sean, I just saw a Texas wild turkey in my backyard. Yeah, you know what? I think we've had a really maybe bountiful is the right word. A really bountiful spring. I mean, you can see how green it is still here in Texas, which that's crazy. I mean, we're in June. We are usually starting to see things burn out at this point. But I think all of this rain that we've got, with all the, contributing to all the green that we still have, has all the wildlife flourishing. I know my goats come in fat every single night. They load up every single night, and we haven't been feeding them hay for months now, which is just fantastic. Whenever things start to get dried out, we have to start supplementing with hay, and that's just no fun. And supposedly we're going to get another inch plus tomorrow. So let's see, Frank, you got turkeys out there. Frank, what turkeys do you guys have in California? These are Rio birds. I wonder what kind of turkeys you have out in California. I'm just not that familiar with it. Oh yeah, Rick. We've got pigs. We've got pigs like you can't believe. And you know what's kind of crazy is we can chat about this here just a little bit. We'll come back to this. But what's been crazy is with all the down trees, for whatever reason, I'm not quite sure what's going on with this, but we have a number of down trees all over the property from the tornado several weeks back. And for whatever reason, those pigs are coming in around those down trees, and they are just tearing it up. And they seem to be more attracted to these trees for whatever reason. I don't know if it's because, those trees are holding in some of the moisture a bit more. I mean, the pigs love it after, like the day or so after a rain. If we've had a good soaking, that's what the pigs love. They come out and they start just rooting up the dirt, looking for grubs and anything else that they can find. But, truffle hunting, I don't know. But communist turkeys, look at that 45. Well played. Well played. Lots of scorpions around as well. I had a small, ornamental tree, those trees that, and this was here, this tree was in the yard. Somebody had planted it before I got here. I would not plant one of these little ornamental trees right there. They're really kind of useless. All they do is attract insects. They're supposed to look pretty, but they don't look that great. But anyhow, this thing had fallen over, and it wasn't, it was maybe, I don't know, 2 inches, 2.5 inches around, not a really big tree. It was probably 8 feet tall, but not very big. Well, it might have been a little bit bigger at the stump, but I picked that thing up to move it, and I didn't see it, but boy, I felt it. And I dropped that stump, and when I looked, I saw the scorpion take off, and that thing nailed me right in the finger. And if you guys, I don't know if any of you have been stung with a scorpion, it hurts when it happens, but then it just gets, it's kind of like a red ant sting, like times 50. So you get this big, like, nasty looking pus thing going on, and it's awful. It's awful. Doesn't sound very appetizing, but it hurts even more. Yeah, no limit and no season. Yeah, that's absolutely true, 45. And I do my share of population control here on the ranch. Now, usually, at least right around the house, because I've got all the dogs and whatnot, they usually won't get too close. But I have a down tree that's still down and across one of my fences close to the house here. And I was taking the dogs out. I guess it was it might have been last weekend. I took the dogs out and opened the door, and you could just hear the pigs taking off, right? They were snorting and running and taking off. So I ran in the house and grabbed my eradicator, and by the time I got out there, they were gone. But I've got some good strategies. I'm going to have to turn some of that up here. Yeah, scorpions do hurt like the dickens. That is for suresy. All right. Let's see what else we've got here. So it was great to see the turkey. Always love seeing that. Let me see. What else do I got? Hey, you guys may have seen this, right? So, there was the issue. I think it was around 9:30 or so this morning, where NASA told all of the astronauts that were up at the ISS, "Hey, go get in the Dragon capsule, because we've got some leaks here." And one of them, it was interesting. They said they were able to handle one of them with a specialized sealant. And I did a little digging around, and look what I found. Yeah, I found their specialized sealant, a little Flex Seal. Let's see. Bob's never seen a scorpion in Vegas. Interesting. But yeah, seriously though, they were able to seal one of the concerns. They said they do have some specialized sealant up there. I did my best Jody impression and tried to put together a quick meme here. I don't know if Jody's around. We'll have to see if I get the Jody thumbs up of approval. But as soon as I heard that, it just made me think of Flex Seal, right? Them getting out the tube of Flex Seal and sealing up the leak. But they were able to seal off one of them, and then there was another one they were going to have to do a little more extensive work to get to it. And I think that's why they said, "Hey, let's get everybody in the Dragon capsule." And but then they backed away from it. It's kind of crazy. You would think that a leak of any type would just be catastrophic, but I think we'll have to Google this. I think it was something like they were losing I'm trying to think, what was it, a gallon? I don't know. Was it a gallon of air? I don't know what the measurement was, but they were like, it's not uncommon for them to be losing like a gallon of air an hour or whatever it was, but this was like twice what they've normally dealt with. And, that was the threshold. That was the cause for alarm. Pretty interesting. I guess it just goes to show, this thing is getting to be a little long in the tooth. 26 years up in, a very difficult environment. And it's more than showing its age, I'm saying. Let's see. I saw a lot of stuff in Vegas, but no scorpions. Yeah, isn't that the truth? All right, let's see. Oh, and then you guys are not going to believe this. I can barely believe this. I got an email today from the ham radio outlet. Believe it or not, and I don't quite believe it yet, but believe it or not, they sent me tracking information for my Yaesu G5500 separation kit. I'll let that sink in for a little bit. I highlighted a couple of things here in this image. The order was placed September 15th, 2025. 9 months later, and who knows how many jabs, heckles, and insults I've hurled Yaesu's way, but supposedly it's on its way, and it's shipping from the Texas store. So they shipped it out ground. Now, they probably just generated a shipping tag. I went and actually looked a little while ago to see if it had moved at all, and it didn't look like it moved at all. Yeah, it's a baby kit. They had to grow it. But I'm pretty excited. We'll see. I'll keep you guys posted, but we could be back in business here. I was shocked, to say the least, but shocked and thrilled. All righty. Let's see. I think it seems just a little bit dark here tonight. Let's see. Let's add a little light, maybe. That's a little better. Hey, something else I worked on here. Yeah, I know, cool. It's just hard to believe. Let's see. Morgan says, I canceled my order and went another direction. Hey, good for you, Morgan. It was more fun. It was, more fun for me to heckle them a bit. I mean, it's just crazy. It's wackadoodle. But hey, if it shows up, I'll be happy, and we can get things moving forward again. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not holding my breath yet. Oh, here was the other thing too. There was something else a little funny that I highlighted. It says change order, do not duplicate. That was put in the notes, and that was put in today. And I wonder what in the heck that means. Change order, do not duplicate. It makes me wonder, is this going to be the Yaesu separation kit, or did they start to part it together? I that's just a weird note. I don't know what that note's all about. So I am more than curious to see what shows up. But hey, in all fairness, They finally got it out, so we'll give them credit there. Let's see. Frank says, usually a change order means they are updating the system and they don't want Plano to reorder things for you. Well, the other thing that I did is I rushed out to see if anything had changed. Let's see, where am I at? To see if anything had changed with the website. And I don't think it did. They still have it listed, but they're still showing it out of stock. So, very, very curious. It will be curious to see what shows up for sure. All right. Well, I think that gets us through all of our preliminary stuff, and we can talk a little bit about our main topic here. So I guess I should let me swap over here. I was just there. I should have stayed there, I suppose. Again, this is a RAKwireless device. I think it's a fairly new device, or maybe they're just doing a campaign on it, right? They did reach out to me and said, hey, we're gonna do a campaign on this WisMesh Pi HAT. Would you like to test one out? And I said, sure. And then I started thinking, okay, what kind of cool stuff can we do with this? What kind of fun can we have with this thing? And let's just see if we can bring it up here. Here we go. The WisMesh Pi HAT. And it's not expensive. It's only $14, right? But that's, this is only the hat itself, right? So you've got to have a Pi, and then you have to have a radio, right? So if you remember, RAK has their starter kit, their WisMesh starter kit, and that WisMesh ecosystem is a modular ecosystem, and this is just in that same vein, right? This is another device in that same vein, where this is kind of like the carrier board, if you will, and then you can add on the type of radio that makes sense for your situation, right? So if we look at how you can order this thing, like I said, you can get just the hat itself, and it's, relatively inexpensive. You can get it with a Raspberry Pi, a 2 gig 4, or a 5 Raspberry Pi 4 gig. Now, these guys sent me out the Pi HAT with the 2 gig Raspberry Pi 4. So that's what we're gonna play around with. Now, you have to include a LoRaWAN module, right? Now, the other thing you can include, again, this is a WisMesh ecosystem, so you can add in their sensors as well. So you see the kind of litany of sensor options that they have. UV, I mean, there's some pretty cool stuff here. CO2 sensors, UV light sensors, real-time clock modules, all kinds of pretty cool stuff. And those are, fairly inexpensive themselves. But you need to have some sort of LoRa module too. All right, so you can get, here's the 1 watt module. And then they have kind of the standard module. And these, right, these are all, none of them are super expensive, which is all pretty cool. So here, you pick which one you want. And, if you want the 1 watt module, it's $15. So not bad at all. You guys may recall, I have a 1 watt module, and I pulled that, I pulled out one of my RAKwireless kits, and it became a donor kit, and it's going to provide that 1 watt radio for this build. So that's what we're going to be building here. You can add a GPS, right? All kinds of good stuff. And they all just kind of plug in, snap in. Let's see, this is not the snap inside. Let's see if we can flip it over. Here we go. Right? This is the snap inside with these little interfaces here. And then you put some screws on it so they don't pop out. So you've got an IO slot 1, IO slot 2, and then you've got these little sensor slots. Right, so you got slot A, B, C, and D. So, yeah. Now this one's like extra wide. Oh, so this one here is probably for like the GNSS GPS board, I'm thinking, right? Or maybe, well, here you can see some of them are smaller sensors, like this UV light sensor probably pops in one of these. And then these bigger sensors, the CO2 sensor or this GPS, probably take up this 2-spot slot. But pretty cool. I just love the modular aspect of this kit. I think it's very cool. Gives you a lot of flexibility. Here, let me see. I lost you guys. Where'd you go? There we go. All right, let's see. Looks like we maybe have a question or two here. Grayman just got back from Vegas. I think he was out there for Cisco, if I'm not mistaken. Welcome back, Grayman. Glad you were able to join us. Let's see here. Yeah, you can get it with or without. That's right. Sean said, I went to join the Open Dark Sky from the links to join your list, and God, I can't connect to database error. Well, shucks. Let's see here. So, Sean, I'm guessing, I'm just curious here because I haven't done this in a while. I'm guessing you came to the list here, just put your email address in. Let me tell it I'm not a robot. And let's see, cars. Join the list. Oh yeah. I'm going to have to see what's going on with that. That is interesting. We'll take a look at that maybe a little bit later. See if we can't figure that out. All right, let's see here. Hey, Frank, thanks for hanging out. 7-3, have a good weekend. All right, let's see. I guess we got some other... Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of images. You can see what it looks like on top of the hat there. I mean, this looks pretty straightforward. Now, what I'm not quite clear, though, is, I mean, it'll be interesting. So they have all the little standoffs and everything that you need to, so it's nice and stable, which is great. We'll put all that stuff together. Let's see, but let's talk about what would you use this thing for? Well, they have a few different solutions or use cases here, right? So this requires you to run Meshtastic D, a Meshtastic daemon, on the on the version of Linux that's running on the Pi. And so the other thing you get here is you get some solid connectivity, right, in terms of being able to screw this thing down, lock it down. You can get it plugged in to a power source. You can also integrate it with other Linux software packages, right? Some of the things that they talk about here are using it with MQTT, right, for MQTT forwarding, which that's how I'm going to use this, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. You can use this to do some logging if you're trying to log messaging. You can hook it up to Node-RED, Grafana if you want to visualize all of your statistics and whatnot that's going on. So, you know, you're able to connect this with what's going on, what's going on the mesh, and use tools that are that you're likely a little more familiar with, right? Use some of these Linux-based tools and do some different things with that data that is traversing the net or the mesh through your system. Now, I'm going to be using this as an MQTT forwarder. So today I'm doing this with my mobile nodes, right? I've got my nodes that I have on my backpack, walk around with, my EDC nodes, but I don't have one that's like always here, always connected, always plugged into the MQTT server. So that's how I'm going to use this. I'm going to get this thing stood up, get it connected to my MQTT server, hook it up to my EcoFlow battery backup unit, and now I know that I've got a node that will always be connected to that server. I don't have to worry about, did my Pocket node die on me? Did I run out of range of the Wi-Fi, which is what's required or a network connection, right, to be connected to the MQTT server? So that's how I'm going to use it. You guys know how I love my MQTT stuff. But they have some other ideas here, and we may explore some of these once we get things up and running a bit. Now, here they're telling you that it's fully compatible with the RAK 13300 and the RAK 13302. This is the 1 watt board right here. This is the one we're going to be using. All right, and here's the other thing that's nice about powering this through the Raspberry Pi. You guys may recall that, this 1 watt board takes more power than you get with one of those little 3.7 volt pillow batteries, right? That a lot of us use in our builds, right? If you're building your own Meshtastic or MeshCore node, a lot of us will use those little pillow batteries, but those things don't supply enough power to get the full transmit capability out of this 13302. If you're powering this on the Raspberry Pi 5 volt rail, you don't have to worry about it. You're getting all the power you need to be able to run that 1 watt transmitter. So that's a bonus. Let's see what else this is telling us here. Designed for Meshtastic on Linux. Okay, fantastic. Let's see. Product variants. All right, this is the one that I got right here. Stable Meshtastic base station, always on nodes and indoor gateways. Okay. Now, another reason why I really like the 1 watt transmitter or transceiver on this build is because since it is Raspberry Pi based, I'm going to have it in the house. Like I said, I'm going to have it connected to my EcoFlow that I'm using as my battery backup for my network. And it's going to be inside. So the fact that it's going to be inside means that I'll get a little extra benefit out of that, having that 30 dB transmitter as opposed to that 22 dB transmitter, right? So a better chance that my other infrastructure that I've got around the ranch will mesh up with it. Let's see here. Hey, Roger, how you doing? Nice to have you out there. Doc Brad, good evening. That's all right. We're talking about this WisMesh Pi HAT that allows you to run Meshtastic on your Raspberry Pi. All right, let's see what else we've got here. Yeah, see, this is the one we're going to be using, the high power node. So that's good. And then here's all these crazy sensors. I'm not going to be using any of these sensors, I don't think. I don't know that I got a need for any of these for my use case. I mean, it's going to be on my network. I don't need a real-time clock. I guess maybe a temperature sensor might be interesting, since I'm going to have it, you know, kind of sitting with my network gear. That could be interesting, just to keep an eye on the temperature. Let's see. VOCs, that would be interesting. Let's see here. IR temperature. Yeah, I don't think I really need any of these, but who knows? Maybe something will come to mind at some point. Let's see. Pre-flashed SD card. An optional pre-flashed SD card is available. You know what? They sent me one of those. And boy, I wish I would have looked at this. I wish I would have looked at this beforehand, because I wiped it out and said, you know what, we're going to set it up from scratch. But this is pretty cool, because they had an MQTT broker on it that was probably Mosquito. It's got the Meshtastic D already installed, Node-RED already installed, and Grafana. So we'll see. They may have. Who knows? I flashed it with a standard old Raspberry Pi image, because here's what I didn't know, and maybe we'll learn this as we work through the instructions. I didn't have any idea what the network configuration was. I didn't know what the user configuration was, right? So I did pop it in my PC and see that it was loaded with something, but you know, I'd rather load it up myself. I think that's more interesting, but good to know that that is an option, and that's probably what they sent me. Well. Okay. Let's see. What else are they telling us here? So it works as a hardware integration layer, right? That's cool. On the software side, runs as a Linux service. Gateway deployments alongside MQTT brokers, Node-RED, Grafana, logging services. Okay, that's all pretty cool. And maybe we'll see if that image is out here. Maybe we'll grab it and try that at some point as well. So what's some of the differences here? Well, you've got an embedded firmware versus a Linux native service. You've got a battery node, simple relay. This is gateway backbone base station, right? So this is kind of more a infrastructure type of device, right? So pretty cool. So they're just trying to give you some ways to think about this to see if it's going to work in your use case. Let's see. Is there anything else in here that we want to look at? I don't think so. Okay, here's some other use case examples. Rooftop backbone relay node. Okay. Let's see. Production rollout showed greater than 99% uptime. Interesting. And bold. It's a bold statement. Let's see. Indoor sensor gateway. Okay. I'm wondering if you guys are thinking about how this may be useful to you. If you've got some ideas, I'd love to see them. Drop them in the chat. Let's see. Designed for Raspberry Pis. Okay. Let's see what's in the box. You got it. Now, I will say also that they send a SanDisk Ultra SD card, so they're sending you a quality card as well. And let's see here. How to get started. So we're going to look at this quick start guide. All right, we're going to build this thing, and we'll see how it goes. Okay. Use the dedicated Meshtastic firmware from RAKwireless. Well, look at this here. So it looks like we can grab this. Oh yeah, we sure can. Okay. So let's see. So I guess I shouldn't have been monkeying around, but that's all right. We'll just reflash it. That's the beauty of it. It's no big deal to reflash it. Flash and use with the 6421 out of the box. Okay. So what do we got here? We've got, this looks like it's probably what we're after. We've got a source code in a zip format. We've got one in a tar format. But this, I'm guessing, is what we want. I'm just going to go ahead and let that download. It'll be downloaded in just a minute. Okay. So use the dedicated firmware. So we'll be getting back to that. Built using PyGen. What's PyGen? Do you guys know what PyGen is? Oh, it's for creating distros. Okay. Cool. All right, what else do we have here? Flash the image to an SD card, boot the Pi, and access the device via the web client. Okay, so let me see if that has, oh, it's still downloading. Yes, just about halfway there. It's 800 megs, so just about there. We'll let that download. Let's see. Robert, welcome. What did you miss? Nothing too exciting, but we did have some folks that just dropped in. My favorite news of the day is that my separation kit for my Yaesu rotator shipped today from HRO. So excited to see what that looks like when it comes in. And tonight we're building this RAKwireless Pi HAT on a Raspberry Pi 4 2 gig variant. And I'm just downloading some software right now, but we can look ahead here. So Let's see, follow the Meshtastic D Linux installation. Let's see. To install it on your preferred distro, you manage the base system yourself. But this is curious, right? I'm guessing that's already going to be installed. Okay, build a custom Armbian image with Meshtastic integrated. Yeah, we're not going to do that, I don't think. We're going to do option, well, those are alternative options. So this is what I was planning to do tonight, was option 1, where we would install this ourselves on the Trixie Raspberry Pi OS. However, since they do have this Meshtastic firmware with everything else ready to go, why wouldn't we at least look at that? I think that looks like the happy path. So we're going to look at that. All right, let's see. Follow the Linux docs. Okay, well, that's if you're going one of these two different directions, which we're not. Okay. The 6421 role in this build. Okay, the Pi HAT functions as the integration layer. Okay. Interfaces GPIO with LoRa modules and I2C sensors. Operates with the Meshtastic D service on Linux. And enables telemetry forwarding, Node-RED, InfluxDB, and Grafana. So here's, here, let me take it off this. Here's what this looks like in hand. You know what? Ooh, I got to show you guys this. I think this is going to be better. We have, I think, a little more resolution here than we have in the past. So I did a little bit of work on this. Wasn't happy with how the overhead was looking. Yeah, this seems to be a lot better. Right, so here's the side that all your modules plug into. Right, here's your GPIO connector, and then you still have access to all those pins as well. So pretty cool. So we'll put that there. Let's see. I don't know if MeshCore, does MeshCore have a Linux module? I don't know. And I don't know if it would support it or not. But, you know, MeshCore does not support like MQTT, right? They're just kind of completely opposed to that idea, right? They see it as a off-grid only solution where, you know, that's one of the things I think Meshtastic has, at least at this point, over MeshCore, is a recognition that, you know, yes, it's great to have an off-grid capability, but there's still a whole nother side and a whole nother list of opportunities that you can take advantage of when you are not off-grid. So, you know, I think Meshtastic gets that right. Pepe, how you doing? Pepe, this is you can see right here in this, well, let me show you this. This is a RAKwireless 6421 WisMesh Pi HAT that goes on a little Raspberry Pi, so Pi 4. And that's what we're going to put together tonight. That's what we're working on. All right, let's see. I just got my download. Let me switch back over here. Just got my download. So let's Let me take a look and see what this looks like. So this is a zip file. I'm just opening it up real quick. And it just has a little ISO file in there. Perfect. Okay, so let me see here. Do I have I need to get you guys a view. Let's see. This is probably the view that I need. All right. And because we're going to run some different programs here, we're going to run Pi Imager. I'm assuming we can use this ISO with Pi Imager. All right, so let's see what I've got here. Just trying to see where this is. Okay. Let me go ahead. You guys aren't really missing much here. I'm just going to extract this this ISO file. And let's see here. We're going to be doing a Raspberry Pi 4. And let's see, can we... Okay, we're going to use a custom image. Excellent. Let's see here. We're going to use a custom image. This is the image we're going to use. Select your storage. Does it not see my... Doesn't see my drive for some reason. Oh, I know why. Silly. All right. Because I haven't put it into this machine. All right. If you guys play with Raspberry Pis, this is all kind of regular stuff. Okay, there it is. Now let's see, is it going to give me a chance to... I'm trying to see. It's not giving me any customization options. Why is that? It's not going to allow me to customize. That's kind of curious. See, this is kind of where I was running into a quandary before, is how does this know how to connect to my network? Well, it doesn't give that option like it would. Here, let me show you, just so you guys can see what I'm thinking about here. See, normally, see all these customizations? host name, localization, user, Wi-Fi, remote access, yada, 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 right? But whenever I'm choosing this custom, it jumps right past the customization. Let's see, what do we have in here? I never remember what's in here. Play sound when finished, eject media when finished. And turn that off. I don't want stuff on my network that I'm not familiar with. Well, I guess we'll find out. Let's see. I don't know about these Pi hats. I got one from Etsy and still haven't had a chance to set it up. Is it a RAKwireless one, Robert? I'm curious. You're about to. Yep, I understand. All right. Limited by storage device speed. That's okay. All right, so let me see here. We're going to let that do its thing here. And we can come back to here. And where did that go? Here we go. All right. So where were we here? Slot layout. Okay, the rack 6421, 2 I/O slots, 4 sensor slots, LoRa radio modules. That's interesting that you can have more than one module. I wonder how that comes into play. Okay, you have the larger slot. This is what we were talking about before, right? Like the GPS module. And then the B, C, and D are like half-size cards or single-sized, where the GNSS is like a double size, right? So you can kind of see it over here on this image. All right, let's see. Meshtastic supported WisBlock modules. Here's all the modules. We talked through that. Okay, assembly. To assemble the board. Okay. Let's go ahead and put the board together. Oh, I can't yet. Daggone it. I pulled the plug. Remember I told you guys I'm down a USB port? I pulled the plug. But let's... I pulled the plug on that overhead camera so I could put the SD card in and get that going. So let me see. We can switch back over here. We're almost there, it looks like. 84%. We'll let that thing do its thing. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I'm curious. Anyone here in the chat played with one of these Meshtastic hats? That'd be interesting to hear as well. Let's see. It's called a Mesh ADV Pi HAT. Uses Raspbian and is supposed to be able to run Meshtastic and MeshCore. Interesting. Okay, so let's see. Raspberry Pi 4. Meshtastic D, SD card reader, got it. Storage device was ejected. You can now remove it safely. Thank you. We'll finish. And let me plug back in. Let's see if my camera comes back. It came back. And there we go. Okay. So let's see here. So this guy here is just going to plop down. I'm just going to get it lined up because I've got to get, here they are. We've got our hardware. Let's see. Let me try to get zoomed in a little bit here. Here we go. We'll get our parts kit opened. Yeah, I've never heard of that one, Robert. You'll have to let me know what you think of it once it gets started. Now, something to keep in mind is you definitely want to use some sort of mat or something whenever you dump out these parts lists. If you guys have never worked with these WisMesh modular kits, they come with some extremely small screws, right? These black screws here are teeny tiny, easy to lose. All right, so let's see here. So we've got these little stanchions. We've got these little screws that look like they fit into these stanchions. Yep. Okay. But what do we have? What do we have to hold these on? Right? You can see where these go. But we're not going to get very far. Whew, watch out. We're not going to get very far. Now, what are they showing? They show these going into some little base. What is this base? What is this base? Let's see. Keep power off during assembly. Use spacers to keep the proper distance and alignment. Well, I guess they'll just get sandwiched in there, so. Interesting. Right, so we'll just drop all four of these into their spots. We're going to have to keep it off of the mat so it doesn't just push those back up. Okay. And then we're just going to sandwich them in there, I guess. Okay. And then let's find an appropriate screw head. That looks like it'll do. See, that's not the best, but I guess it's not the worst either. We'll get these in place and see how it looks. Oh, looky there. I missed. Holy smokes. Do you guys see that? I missed a row of pins. I was wondering why those weren't lining up so great. There we go. Let's try again. Well, that looks an awful lot better. Imagine that. All right. Yeah, those aren't going to go anywhere. That'll work just fine. Attach the standoff to the hat first. Yeah, that could have worked. That could have worked. Looks like they gave us a couple of extra screws for these standoffs. Unless they can be used elsewhere. All right, there we go. Yeah, I mean, that is extremely stable now. I mean, yeah, you can flex this a little bit here, but that's not going anywhere. If you're putting it into some sort of base or case or something, then I guess where you can just get some nuts to tighten those up if you like, but that's a stable platform. That's not going anywhere. Okay. All right, so we've got that done. What do they want next? Let's see. Includes onboard EEPROM for automatic hardware identification. Cool. If you use your own Raspberry Pi image, ensure the EEPROM detection is enabled. We shouldn't have to worry about that. Connect via the web client. Okay, we've got flashed the firmware to the SD card. We assembled the hat with a LoRa radio and sensors. All right, so this is where I pull out my donor radio. You guys may remember this box. So this is the 1 watt radio right here. And I have it connected to an N-type connector. Okay, but this is the 13302. And this is going to be the radio that we use. Let's see. Yeah, so in the bottom here, I've got my my 3400, the RAK 3400. That's well, there's a couple of boards here that are the base board for that 1 watt install. So now this can go, if we look on the other side, here's the connection. It can go either in IO1 or IO2. We're going to put it in IO slot 1. So let me just get this lined up. Just trying to see if I can get you guys a view of it. Probably kind of difficult to see. But I'm just getting it lined up, and then I'm just putting a little bit of pressure, and it pops right in. You can feel it. Has a real positive kind of pop when it goes in, which is nice. And now we'll get some of these really tiny black screws. Yeah, there we go. And there's 3 screws that hold this board in place. Does not feel like it's threading. See, I lost you guys. There we go. Nobody's chatting anyhow. Everyone's just kind of hanging out. All right, so there we go. You got to be just real careful that you don't cross thread these little itty bitty screws. Well, you see they give you a bunch of these things. Okay, that's 2 in. Feels like you're playing the game Operation from when you were a kid. All right, that baby's in there. It's connected. We got all 3 screws in. Beauty. I don't think I'm going to need any more of these. So before I send these flying, I wonder, I'll bet you there's a larger, right? They give you a couple of extra screws. And there is a larger screw right there. Yeah, let's put that in there. And there's one, you see there's a place there. You see that there's a hole on either side of the communication board. So if you were putting the communication board in over here, you could get a more substantial screw in there as well. So, okay, excellent. Now, I don't think we need any more of these. We're not putting any sensors in or anything like that. Leaving these lay is just an opportunity for them to go flying at some point. So I'm going to go ahead and put these away. Boy, these things are tiny. Let's see. Cooley says, I have a 1 watt LoRa device called a Mesh Toad 3. Who makes that, Cooley? Is that the name of the company? Mesh Toad? Never heard of that. All right, so you can see how many of those little black screws, they look like ants. They're so small. All right, we'll get those out of the way. I'm going to put my bits away so I don't lose any. I love this little iFixit kit. I know you guys have seen it before, but if some of you are new, This is a great little tool set. It's in the Amazon store if you're looking for one. It's fantastic. All right, so this is speaking of Amazon stores, this is a little device that I use for reading these micro SD cards. Right, it's great. It's got a USB-C connector on it. You can put it on your on a lanyard or just about anything else, so you don't lose it. Okay, we got the SanDisk card, and again, they send the SanDisk Ultra 32 gigabyte card with the kit, so that's a good card. They didn't chintz out and give you a cheap card. Ooh, one thing we're going to look at here before we're done, because I don't recall, but this jumper right here, there's a 3-position jumper. This is how you set the power. So we're going to want to make sure we get that right. But we'll look at that as we go. Let's see, Pepe, I have this tool set too since years. Yeah, it's super nice, super handy. They have bigger ones as well, but let's see. It's supposed to make your Linux computer a Meshtastic node. Yeah, so it'll be interesting, Cooley. You'll get to see this one, and it'll be interesting to see how it compares. Actually, I'm going to put the lid on this so I don't lose any of these parts. Just going to put one screw in there for now, just so we don't have parts go flying. We don't need that. All right. So let's see. We're going to flashed it, assembled it, connect an antenna. Oh yeah, I got to connect an antenna. I've got this big honkin' end connector on here. I'm gonna I think I've got one sitting over here. Hold tight. All right, we got one. So this is a fiberglass antenna with an N-style connector on it. Plug that bad boy in. Now, while we're here, let's see. I'm going to, let me just duplicate this tab real quick. I'm going to look up this 13302. Well, maybe that didn't do what I thought it was going to do. Oh, that's searching within. Here, let's search up here. 13302. Here it is. This is the 1-watt board. And I just want to look at the documentation real quick. I want to make sure we get that power setting correct. Your choice of WisBlock base. I'm just curious if they, oh yeah, well, it goes right to the thing, and the WisMesh. I'm trying to see if they have this identified with the with the Pi hat. Doesn't look like they do. That's interesting. Let's see, that's okay. All right, so let's see. External 5-volt connector. That's the two that are interior to the board, which is what we have here. So here's our 3 pins, and we are on the two that are interior to the board. So we're on the high power option. Okay. Okay, we got it connected. Insert the SD card and power up your Pi. Okay. I've got a little power source here. Just trying to be careful of that that little IPEX connector. Those things are a little on the fragile side. All right, so let's see. Oh, I see how they do it. Okay. Oh, they want you to check your router's DHCP list or connect the monitor and keyboard. All right, let me take a look here. So here's where I'm at in the instructions. Right, they're basically saying you've got to go find the IP. So I'm going to go out and look at my router real quick. Let's see, do I have it up? I do actually. Oh, I'm not logged in though. Let me just do this real quick. Okay, I need to get my MFA. Okay. Make sure you use your MFA. All right, so let's see here. What is... Let me see what's showing up here. Waiting for this thing to boot. And... trying to see if it's going to just show up. Let's see. Nothing yet. Let me try something else. It looks like... open the following URL in a browser on the same network. So then I'm still waiting for it to... All right, let me think here. So... I don't see it advertising itself. I think what I'm missing here. Hey, Andy. Nice to see you out there. Welcome. Yeah, I don't really want to have to go plug it in to an Ethernet port. That's another option, certainly. That's probably what I'm going to have to do. Now, let me think here. Do I have... What do I have handy here? Do I need to have this handy at all? And do I have a free network cable? I'm sure I do. All right, let's look in the bin. Doesn't look like I've got one here. All right, I've got another idea. Hold just a second. Let me see. Yeah, hold tight a second, guys. I could. All right, success. I found one. Now I got to climb under the... Okay, all right. Got to improvise, I guess. Now, let me see. What view do I have up here? Okay. Don't have a lot of extra slack. I'm going to put this in the 2.0 Oh, I guess I don't have to do that. Let's plug her in here. Okay, I've got an activity light. So that's good. I don't know why I was thinking about the USB port. Try to get this. All right, now let me see if it showed up. All right, let's go to wired. Let's see. RAKPi OS. There it is. Okay. So now if I come up here, and what was the port? (9443). All right. Let's tell it. It's a HTTPS. Okay. Advanced. All right. I think we're making progress. Let me get my chat here. Okay. Let me get this out of the way. All right, now let's see what they want us to do. Select a new connection. And then connect. All righty. So we're going to do a new connection. Tell it to connect, and there we are. AECA. Alpha Echo Charlie Alpha. Okay. So we're connected. Go to config, verify settings, and adjust if required. Okay. Client is fine. I don't think we need to make any changes there. Well, let's see. We'll see. It's probably on. Let's just take a look, I guess. Enable smart position. I don't need to do that for my use case. No GPS modules present, so that's fine. Don't report GPS position. You need to add the Wi-Fi. Was that back here? Is that what you were saying? Or you're just talking about further along the line? So I made some changes there. So that's what that little dot is telling me. Power saving mode. Don't have to worry about that. Shut down on battery delay. I'm not going to make any of those changes. I'm going to leave all those right where they are. Okay, Wi-Fi config. Enable the Wi-Fi radio. And I'm going to have this connect to my home network. Okay. Let's see. IP config, DHCP, IP address. I don't care about those. It'll get everything from DHCP, so that's fine. Display, don't have to worry about that. LoRa. Let's get our region set. Max number of hops is fine. Okay, I'm gonna leave. I want to turn on OK to MQTT. That's how I'm going to use this. Let's see, modem presets, long, fast. That'll be fine for now. I'll probably change that to one of my other networks here. Let's see. $30 dBm, max power transmit. Okay, I think those are all fine. What else do I have here? Bluetooth, I'm not worried about. Used to create a shared key with a remote device. I'm not worried about that right now. Let me see what else I'm missing here. Client, that's fine. Just doing one more double take through here. Hey, Todd, welcome. Let's see, I think these are all fine. I'm going to go ahead and save these changes. Let it go ahead and reboot. I'm assuming it's got to do a reboot. We'll see if there's some sort of indication that it's doing a reboot. Assuming that's going to come back. We'll give it a second. Next, I'm going to go in and configure the modules. Robert, if you're out there still, I want to see if this is, or Ed, if you're still out there. I know you guys are connected to the MQTT server. Let's see. Let me get that set up. I want to enable, and let me get my deets here. Let me see. All right, so addresses 54, 236, 59, 90. And username, sub pub user. The password in. Okay. I'm going to turn off encryption. I want to turn on JSON. Set my topic. Utilize the network connection to proxy the messages to the client. I don't know that we need to. That's interesting. I'm wondering how that works. Well, we'll find out. If we were connected over Bluetooth using our phone, we would use that. But this should be able to use the network itself without a proxy. So let's see. Is there anything else here I want to change? Role, primary, pre-shared key. Not changing any of the channels right now. Oh, wait, I do have to create a channel with a name, MQTT lowercase. Uplink enabled, downlink enabled. And then I also, my primary channel, I'm going to do uplink enabled, downlink enabled. That just says that I can, messages that come across those channels will go across the MQTT server. They'll be broadcast to the MQTT server. I think that's everything. Did I miss anything? I think that's all good. Let me see if I have any questions out here. Oh, well, let's see. You have a local Radio Shack there, Robert? That's cool. That is way cool. Let's see. See if there's any other. Am I missing anything else? I don't think so. I'm going to save that. Oh, wow. That's cool. Gosh, I'm trying to remember where I saw that other Radio Shack. They're few and far between these days. All right, let's see here. We're still saving. No messages yet. We don't see the other channel yet. You know, I don't use the web interface that often. I always enjoy it. It's always kind of fun when I am using it. I just don't get a chance to use it much. A few in Alaska. Cool. Might as well change the name while we're here. All right, let's see. Did that take? Did I confuse it? Must have confused it. Okay, there it is. ITR gateway. Let's see. Let's see here. Channels. So I see the primary channel. Okay, there's MQTT. Trying to see if anyone shows up. Wait, module. I thought I had that enabled. Oh wait, it does say in. That's kind of confusing. Let's save that again. I think I'll build the tiny GS station next. I'm loving my low mesh Ranger. Yeah, that low mesh Ranger is, that thing is awesome. I've got to get back to building my second tiny ground station. All right, let's see here. So that looks fine. I'm going to send a message out. Just send a test message. Let's see, messages, config, nodes. Hasn't discovered any nodes yet. Robert, if you have your node still configured for MQTT, that should pop in there. Or Ed, if you're still out there, that should pop in there. See what we're missing here. So there's our node list. Nothing on the map yet. Let me make sure I don't have anything missing here in the config. All right, so device shouldn't have to change anything here. I'm not worried about position. I don't need power saving mode. I don't want it to shut down. I don't want it to sleep. Hey, Cooley. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. We'll see you next time. Okay, Wi-Fi configured. I guess I should check that and see if that's connecting. Let me see if I see it. I don't know if it will or if it should register at least. Let me see if it does. I'm just looking at my router here to see if I can at least see it. I might have to pop that wired cable to see it. All right, let's see here. We want to grab all that. All right, none of that should matter. Display, none of this should matter. LoRa, this is where the action is. So we've got our region set. That's usually something everyone forgets. The frequency slot, isn't it going to pick the slot for me? Let me see here. So long fast. That all looks fine. Transmit enabled. That should be fine. That should be fine. Yeah, this frequency slot, I thought it would change that, right? Because it's going to pick the slot based on a combination of the name, your region, Am I just being brain dead here? We might have to do something there. We'll come back if we do. Let's see. Bluetooth settings. Enabled. I don't want Bluetooth. So I'm leaving Bluetooth off. All right, so let's save that. Now let me let it save. I'm going to pull this cable. At some point, I want to see if the wireless is working. Let me see if there's anything here while we're waiting for that to save. All right, let's see. Once verified, you can start using Meshtastic, configure your node name, join mesh network, send messages, view sensor data, configure telemetry, alternative connection methods, Meshtastic mobile app. Yeah, I don't want to do that though. SSH to your Pi and use the Meshtastic Python CLI. We could do that. Advanced setup, add visualization. Interesting. So these things should already be installed. Yeah, it's using Mosquito. But these things should all be installed, so that doesn't matter. Well, let's just get some stuff working here first. Okay, I don't see anything that's like odd. Okay, so we're back. Let's see. Still not seeing any nodes. I might have to go. Do I have a node? Let me see if I can hit my node. I've got a node downstairs. I'm going to see if I can hit it. Okay, let's see. just got an update. I just updated the Android app. Looks a little funky. Looks a little different. They're always changing something on this. Always. All right, that's not connected. Let me try something else real quick here. Regardless of whether or not I'm getting out with RF, I should be connected to the MQTT server. So that's what I'm trying to get established here. All right, we'll see if that connects. I might have to run down and grab that node. All right, let's see here. So I'm not seeing anybody else pop through. Okay, let's see. So this doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter. So the name's there, send a message. Yep. So that should be all that's required there. Let's see what we got in here. I even sent a message. So Robert, you sent a message. All right, let's see. Let me go grab my other. All right, let me grab a node. Hang tight, folks. Hang tight. All right. Grabbed a node. Let's see. All right, so now I am connected to my node. Let me see if I saw. I'm going to send a MQTT message. Boy, this sure looks different. All right, I just discovered a new node. What was the node I just discovered? Where are you at? Meshtastic EF61. Let's see. So what is, let's see. So I need to change some configuration here. So, wow, this really did change. Let me go to, wow. Wow. Okay. I'm going to show you guys this here in a minute. But this really changed this app. I don't know. Is anybody updated the Android Meshtastic app today? All right, let's see here. What was I looking for? I was looking for radio config. All right, let's see here. Laura. Frequency slot. Let's change that slot. All right, let's see here. All right, so I just saw Ed come in. Ed came in. Let's see, did I see it? I didn't see it here. All right, is this guy back? All right, so I'm going to look at what my configuration here. So I just set this to long fast. The frequency slot is 31. So I'm going to set this the same. Okay, that all looks normal. Let me do a test. What is that telling me here? That's probably just telling me that I'm using the basic. Yeah, that is. I got to show you guys this interface. Let me see. Let me see here. All right, let me show you guys. Let's see. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Let's see. Here we go. And let's see. So check this out. So look at how the your node list. These are your nodes. Look how this has changed. That's crazy. Let's see. There we go. Isn't that different? All right, let's see here. And then this doesn't look that much different. This doesn't look that much different. So let's see here. Let's send something here long fast. Okay, so it's not going through right away. Let's see, messages not coming through. Primary channel. Channel config, primary channel. Let me see. Long fast. Does this have the standard? It sure does. That looks fine. So that looks fine. It's a primary channel, so it'll get telemetry. A unique name for this. Let's see. So we'll just call it long fast. That might be part of it. Uplink enabled. That's fine. That's fine. Let's go ahead and save this. You know, the app takes care of a lot of these little changes for you. As you make changes, it updates several things on your behalf. Where the web interface does not. Let's get back to messages here. Let's see, is it done? Should be done. Let's try again. I'm still not getting it. Let's see. And my messages don't look like they're going through. Let me try from here. See how I'm getting that waiting to be acknowledged. So why is that not going through? Let's see. Where are you guys at here? I lost you guys too. Let's see. 31 is the short turbo. Well, that's a good point. That's a good point. So here's somebody else popping in MQTT. So let's see, frequency slot. Yeah, so it looks at your region, your modem preset, and this field. When 0, it's automatically, yeah, so 0 is where it was. So we're going to put it back to 0. We'll put that to 0, and then let's put this to 0. We'll see what we get. 400 nodes on my list. Lots of new nodes every week. Yeah, that's awesome. Frequency slot 20. All right, let's see here. What's happening here? Let me try to do a test here. That's not... Oh, that one went through. Okay, let's see. Is this one here going to see it? This one did not see it. We'll see if anybody else saw it. Yeah, I still had this set for Hamvention, and I've never set it back. So that's part of what I'm dealing with here, is just getting all that stuff set right. Here, let me do a test from here. Okay, so I got an acknowledgement there. This guy's not seeing anything, though. All right, so what do I have going on here? What do I have going on here? Okay, so client, we're not worried about a button pin. I don't see any issues there on device position. We shouldn't need to worry about power. We shouldn't worry about that. We want enabled. So this is interesting. I've got something unsaved, it says. What do I have that's unsaved? Do I have something that's unsaved? Oh. Here, I'm going to try something. I'm going to take this. I'm going to unplug the network cable. I want to see if the Wi-Fi is working. Let me check over here real quick. Okay, I just saw, oh, that's interesting. Let's see. What just happened there? Let me get back. Short name is ITR. Let's see here. I want to see if it's going to connect. Doesn't look like it's connecting. Let me see if it's popped up here. I don't see it. What am I? Oh, wait, did it? Oh, no, it's trying to. Yeah, couldn't reach the page. Okay, so it's not. Well, the IP is going to change here. Okay, so something doesn't look right. Probably have to do some configuration. Yeah, I'm thinking. All right, let me bring it back up. I'm going to have to do some configuration at the operating system level to get the Wi-Fi working. But we can bring this back up. Okay. This should work here. We'll let this load. Hey, looky there. All right, what happened here? All of a sudden I see 95 nodes. And I got a message. There's my low mesh test. Let me send a test. There, I just got a message here on the phone. That was in long fast. There it is. It still has it. It didn't. Maybe it's going to take a little while for it to update the name. Okay. Let's go ahead and go to MQTT and let's run that test. To enter the tunnel. What is that? Messages. Now, something feels like the config is probably not right somewhere. Oh yeah, look at that. That reverted. So this stuff's all coming in on the wrong MQTT. So let me get this switched back over. I knew something was odd there. I don't understand why that didn't. I don't understand why that didn't save. That looks fine. Let's see. There's the root topic. All right, let's save that. Configurations have been saved. Ahoy, gotcha in Canterbury. Did all of these come through? All right, let me try. Let me try. Why am I not seeing? Channel primary. Okay, MQTT is there. Device telemetry is disabled. That's fine. This doesn't need to have anything. That has to be MQTT lowercase. Okay, that all looks fine. All right, so now let me see if it's saved. What was I looking for? I wanted to see if it saved. So it looks like it saved that. That looks fine. Okay, so that worked. Sorry, you guys aren't seeing. Here, let me switch this over. See, I'm getting all of these came through, but they came through for some reason. This was, well, let me see here. 141 nodes. My setting here for MQTT had reverted back to the nationwide Meshtastic MQTT server. So let's see here. So I received this message. Now let me send a message from this through the MQTT channel. And that does not look like it's sending for some reason. So what does it not like? Let me look at the module. I mean, this is all different. You guys see this? This is all different. Module configuration, MQTT. Let me see. I want to make sure I got this. Maybe my notes were wrong. Let's double check. 54, 236, 59, 90. That looks good. Subpub user. That looks good. I don't think this should have to proxy, but maybe it does, I guess. It doesn't make sense. No, it didn't have to proxy before. All right, we'll try it anyhow. We got the topic right. Let's see what this does. Curious. That shouldn't impact this one sending, though. Let me go back to my channel. Make sure my channel config looks fine. PSK doesn't matter. Okay. Let's see. Nodes. All right, so let's go here. I'm going to clear out my nodes. I'm going to clear out all the nodes, because we got all those the wrong way. Let's see. Rebooting my gateway. Something isn't working with MQTT. Let's see. Messages weren't making it back to you. Something about it. Let's see. Hey, Kyle. All right, let's see here. So now let's go back. I want to see all those nodes gone. Okay, those nodes are gone. Good. Now, okay, I just sent a long, fast message. Somebody received it, but it doesn't look like this guy received it. We'll give it a second. Yeah, that's what I was expecting, Brian. That's why it didn't make sense to have to turn that on. But at this point, I'm just trying stuff. Let's see. Okay, so that one made it to the cloud. Not seeing it here, though. Let me go. I've also seen some config just kind of do some odd stuff. So let's go modules. Okay, so it kept that. Enable. Yep, I want it enabled. That's my personal server. That's the username and password to get you connected to it. No encryption. Turn on in JSON. Doesn't need TLS. That's the right topic. Shouldn't need this. Map reporting, I don't care. Let's see. Brian, you say try slot 20? Let me just look here what else I've got. All right, so let's go to config, radio config, LoRa. Why is that on 31? I thought I had changed that. We'll try it at 20. Actually, what's that reset? Oh, it just, okay, gets me back to that. Okay, so I'm going to say 20. I also want to go back here to module. I don't need that. So I've got one change in radio, one change in module. We'll save it. Yeah, it doesn't need to match the PSK for MQTT. It doesn't use it. Let's see, let me see what this guy is set for. Oh, this guy is set for 20. All right, so we're now set for 20. So let's see if it can receive a message. Long, fast message. Nothing. How bizarre. I don't understand why this isn't going anywhere. It's like half and half. Hope if I could spell. Not really, but that's bizarre. All right, so that's on the MQTT. Let's look at that config here. Module config MQTT. Okay, address is right. Test connection. That's reachable. Broker accepted credentials. Look at that. That's new. That's very cool. Okay. And I've got the same password here that I've got here. Let's see. Config, module, config. Yep. No spaces or anything weird there. Okay. So this can connect. It said it could connect, but it can't send. How can that be? You guys see what I'm dealing with there? Right? Go to module config, MQTT, test the connection, reachable, broker accepts credentials. However, let's see. Look at your LoRa config. Transmit enabled. I don't see anything wrong there. Long fast is using the standard creds. So that looks normal. It looks normal. Let's go to messages here. Let me try to send. Okay, so I just received that message. So I received that message. Let me reply to that. So that reply is not showing up. That reply is not showing up. All right, let's see what else. So the device name isn't showing up here either. Let's go to nodes. Let me see here. I don't see anything there. Nothing there. I don't care about anything here. Nothing there. Nothing there. Don't care about any of those things. Okay. Why do you have the frequency override set? Well, let's take a look. Let me try something. Use presets. Did that reset anything? I mean, I think that's always, I'm trying to remember, but I think that's just always there. Maybe it's not. Oops. Yeah, that just, I think that just adds that. Yeah. Okay, let's see. So it's really odd that first of all, I'm still not seeing anything. You know, where's Gray Man when you need him? I think it's probably made a ton of changes on this. It's probably not a bad idea. What's the IP on this? Let me quickly jump in here and just reset this thing. Well, I'm wondering. Here, let me check here first. Ooh, I don't even know what the login is on this. Hold on a second. Let's try to come over here and let's reboot the device. Reboot into over-the-air mode. We'll just reboot. Let's reboot and see what happens here. Like I said, where's Gray Man when you need him? that reboot that fast? I don't know if it did. Hey, looky there. So that's Ed, and I know he's coming through MQTT. Oh, you're telling me I just needed a reboot? I'm pulling my hair out and I just need a reboot? Let's see. Yeah, I have it turned on at the channel level. But I still don't see my MQTT channel showing up here. Here, let me just... I'll send that out. I got it on... I got it on here. Still hasn't updated my name. Let's see. AECA. Let's see if I can find it. AECA. Can't find it. So let's see if it'll find ITR. Didn't find that one. Let's see. Gateway. So it's still not quite seeing. It's not seeing that completely. All right, let me try to respond to this. I'm gonna reply to this message. Okay. Let me swap over here and we'll see if it comes over. Hey. Now, yep. Okay, so that worked. Now let me go to MQTT. I'm going to send another message. And it does not appear to be getting out. Something is still very weird. Something is still not quite right. Hey, Stavros. Yeah, we're monkeying around here with this rack board. And it's just acting a little weird. It's acting a little weird. Okay, let's see. Let's look at LoRa. So we got the region correct. Hop limit's fine. Frequency slot 20. We're set to MQTT. Use the predefined modem settings. EOD, this is what we're building here. So we have a RAK Pi HAT, WisMesh Pi HAT. So we've got a little Raspberry Pi here with a RAK hat running the rack 1-watt radio. Got it connected to a my mind just went blank, to the antenna, the big antenna here. And we're using an image provided by RAK that has all the software set up. I'm half finished with my own mobile app. Ooh, I have voice and games working on MeshCore and Meshtastic. The app can connect to a device on Meshtastic and MeshCore. You can use one app for both networks. That is awesome. That is exciting. So that's what we're monkeying with here. And I've been able, I mean, the updating here just seems a little odd. And I'm not seeing, I want to try something else. Let me go back to config, channels. So I've got my primary. I've got my MQTT channel. Oh, that was set to disabled for some bizarro reason. Let's see what happened. Ah, that is painful. But why was this not showing? I got something funky happening. Whoop, that's not what I wanted to do. I got something funky happening here. That one went through. That is so bizarre. Now let's see if we received that here. Oh, and look what just showed up. That is weird. All of a sudden I got both of those. That is weird. I mean, it's not weird. This guy was disabled, so that makes sense. Here, let me test. I couldn't figure out why that wasn't showing up. Boy, I tell you, I don't use this interface that much. Okay, and then I just received something here. Okay, so this looks like it's working now. Let me respond to this. I don't know why I can't spell test, but other than that, I don't know why this now is all of a sudden sending. I didn't make a change here. That's bizarre. That's bizarre. Okay, I got something coming in here. Okay, that's just that guy. All right, so I'm going to try something else. I'm going to go into my channels, config, channels, and I'm not going to send, I want long fast to be RF only. Let's make sure RF is working. Stavros, when you're ready for a beta tester, let me know. I'd love to try it out. Okay, so now let's go to long fast. We're going to test RF. Okay, something came in. So if I go over here, test RF, beautiful. Let me respond. And I'll show this to you guys here. Test back is what I'm sending. And we got it. Okay, now finally I'm getting my node to show up. We've got a couple of nodes out here. It's good. Okay. There's my low mesh node. This yeah, this is interesting here. I always find little nuggets in this interface. I really got to play with the interface more. I do enjoy it when I'm in here. I'm just never kind of at a PC when I'm doing Meshtastic stuff. All right, so let's see here. So here, let me see. Okay, so I'm starting to, some things are starting to, there we go. There's my gateway. There's my low mesh. What is this one? Who is this one? Robert, is this you? This EF61? Sorry, you guys can't see that. Is this you, the EF61 right here? Send a message. Who are you? We'll see. Where is that? We'll see if I get a response. All right, let's see. Where am I at? Where are you guys at? Okay. Oh, that is you. Okay. It's a mini solar repeater. All right, cool. So I'm getting that through MQTT, and that's why the I guess that's why the lock is what is that? I mean, MQTT doesn't care about since I have encryption turned off, it doesn't care about any of that. Okay. So these are my so I see my low mesh one. This is coming through. Okay. Let's see what this is. Interesting. Okay. I think because I reflashed it a couple of times, the key changed. Yeah, could be. Okay, so that's all well and good. Now let's see here. Let's see. Let's see. So add some visualization dashboard. So this must be the Grafana stuff. Only follow these steps if you want Grafana dashboards and historical data storage. Sure, let's try it. The basic Mestastic web client shows current data. If you want real-time dashboards, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Installation. Clone the repository to get the installations. Well, let's see. What are the credentials for this? I feel like I've missed that somewhere along the way. Looking for the credentials on this machine. We're using a custom image from Rak. Let's see, reboot the system after applying the change. Configuration is already enabled. All right, so we ignore that. Software setup. Assemble that, we did that. Connect, okay. Get the IP address. We've got the IP address. We're accessing. We did that. We did that. We connected. We did all those things. We connected. We did all those things. We did our configuration. We did all that. Okay. So we joined a mesh network. We sent messages. All right, let's see. SSH to your Pi and use the mesh well, what are the credentials to SSH to it? That's what I'm wondering about. That's exactly what I'm wondering about. So let's see. So that's not the right, hold on, let me get you guys a different scene. All right, we'll get you guys a different scene so you guys can see that. Good. First, though, let me get my IP. Log in as. Is it just Pi? See, I don't know what these credentials are. Morgan, thanks for hanging out, buddy. I appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Thanks for hanging in there, too. All right, so let's see here. So there's got to be something in the documentation here that tells us all right, let's go to maybe there's something. This is, let's see, that's code. All right. Oh, look at this. Oh yeah, see, this looks like the Grafana stuff. That's cool. Well, it would have been nice if they would have referenced this. Let's see. Okay. This is better than what was on the site. Okay. Okay. That's the image. Okay. The pre-built image uses the account RAK with password change me. Goodness. Glad I thought to even look for that. All right, so that, let's try again. Where did this come from? Oh, okay, I know where that came from. Okay, so let's try this again. All right, let's see. RAK. Change me. There we go. Okay, Pi 4. Let's see. Okay, current password. Okay, now it's going to make me log in again. Okay, and we're logged in again. All right, and it's got 2 IPs. What's this one? 231. Anything there? I don't know where that. IPs. I'm not sure why it's got that second IP. All right, so let's see. Program included with the Debian Linux system, free software, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Let's get back to here. And let's see. Okay, quick start. Boy, yeah, they should have pointed us to this right off the bat. Let's see. Open the web client once you know the IP. If you're not using Ethernet, power the board with a suitable power supply. Let's see. I'm just zipping down through here. Find your IP. We found our IP. Open the client. We did that. We did that. Okay, all that stuff's great. Okay, we did that. Config, radio config, LoRa, verify the settings. Join. Okay, we did all those. Okay. Yes, I want advanced visualization. Okay. Why add the visualization stack? Why not? All right, so first, clone the repository to get the install scripts. I figured all this stuff would already be on there. That's okay. Okay, we got that. One command install. Step by step. Both methods install the same components. Well, let's see. What's the difference? So mosquito, telemetry, and so it's going to install everything. Before running the installation, you can customize creds. Okay, we'll use the default creds for now. Okay. So step-by-step, if you prefer to install components individually, yeah, I would prefer to do that. Configure the serial port. Let's see. So we're not using the GPS, so we don't have to worry about that. I don't need the mosquito broker. Okay. So I don't need that. Okay. Here's the first one we need. What do I do? Let's see. No such file or directory. So it's... All right, what's going on here? So we don't need that. Where is it trying to install? All right, let's see. The script installs the database as a system service and sets up Node-RED and Grafana will use it. Okay. So it's looking for these scripts, but where are they? What's here? They're not in there. Well, this could be it. All right. So it put me in the wrong directory. All right, so we're going to install. Actually, we can. We're going to get InfluxDB. Okay. Sorry, guys. I was just trying to get something rolling there. Let's see what we're chatting about here. Let's see. Chris is getting some new goodies. Nice. All right, so this is installing the database. Next, we'll install Node-RED. I don't know if you're still out there, Kyle, but we're installing Node-RED. Tim, were you around whenever I said that ham radio outlet shipped out my separation kit? All right, here comes Node-RED. Yep, crazy. I got an email today out of the blue that says, gave me a tracking number and said it's been shipped. All right, let's see. Running Node-RED install for user rack. Can take 20 to 30 minutes. Come on now. 12:27. I'm writing that down. We're going to see how long this takes. Yeah, so it's yeah, so it was shipped from the Texas store. Separation kit for my G5500 rotator. That's what's been hanging me up. So while that thing's running, since you guys were a little tardy here, this was the email. So shipment made. Oh yeah, so shipment has been made for order, blah, blah, blah. Placed on September 15th, 2025, only 9 months ago. The following products shipped from the Texas store. So I'll believe it when I see it. I checked the tracking number. Nothing has, it hasn't, they generated the tracking information, but I hadn't seen any movement yet. So we'll see. We'll see. All right. So once Node-RED is done, let's see. And then we'll do Grafana. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? You can just use MQTT as an active channel. Ronnie, that should work for you. I can tell you if I see a message that comes in. I've also finally got a little bit of time to play around with. Oh, wait, that's done already. That didn't take 20 minutes. Yikes. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get Grafana going. let's see. So there's Grafana, and then we do some config. Okay. What was I going to show you? Oh, I was going to started printing some just little janky things. So this is a like a sled for the Heltec V4. Just a little thing here so that it's, I always have this thing kind of just sitting on my desk, and I'm always thinking, geez, I'm going to short something out on this thing, because I got a big, as part of my ground plane system, I've got a big piece of aluminum that sits underneath my rig that it's part of it gets grounded to the single point ground. But I always think, gosh, I'm gonna set this thing, I'm gonna throw this back there on that aluminum plate, and it's gonna short out, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Where'd my chat go? There it is. Ronnie, did that work for you? Okay, so that finished. So we got Grafana installed. All right, so let's see here. I'll go through installs. All right, let's do the post installation configuration. After installation, you need to configure the InfluxDB token in Node-RED. So let's get the token. Hopefully this is a script in here as well. Okay, there's my token. Open Node-RED at 1880. And well, let me see. I think I said 1880. Maybe it's not 1880. Yeah, 1880. Open Node-RED. Let's see. I have a couple other nodes that popped in there. There's my low BBS. Well, that took a while to show up. This should show the Heltec V4. Yep. All right, so that guy's still running, right? Yeah, it's still running. $168.2, $158. 192, 168, 2, 158, 1880. 1880 does not appear to work. Oh, wait. Connection for the site is not secure. Yeah, I know it's not secure. Let's see. Does it not want that? Boy, it sure doesn't. That's just bizarre. Okay. So Okay, open that up, double click on the white, right to InfluxDB. Just get out of there. Okay. Right to InfluxDB. Okay, is there a, let's see, where's that at? Server. Edit the InfluxDB node. Okay, click the pencil next to the local and paste the token. Okay, so let me get back here. Let me grab my token. All right, so I've got my token. Let me come back over here. Okay, that looks like it. Let's do an update. Let's see if that's all I needed. Click update, then done, then click deploy. Update, done, deploy. Successfully deployed. Look at that. Progress. Okay. Verify installations. Check service status. Okay. Well, I'm trying to drag up something that's not draggable. Where'd that go? There it is. Okay. All right. And so check services.sh. That doesn't look right. All right. So what's it saying here? Okay. Meshtastic is running. Mosquito is not running. That's okay. I don't want it running. Node-RED is running. InfluxDB and Grafana is running. Okay. Mosquito is not installed. Skipping test. Good. I've already got a server running. I don't need another one. Port. Now what I made. That's what I need to do. I need to point this. I'm going to have to figure out what I need to do to point this at my cloud-based version. Okay. Node-RED, Influx, and Grafana. Okay. It looks fine. Access these services from any device on your LAN. Let's go ahead and try Grafana. Let's see if they have some stuff already pre-configured for us. Oh, was this admin? It wasn't. I thought I saw that somewhere. Grafana, yeah, admin. Admin. Okay. Okay. View dashboard, open Grafana, log in, navigate to dashboards, Meshtastic folder, click Meshtastic environment monitor. Okay. Dashboards. Meshtastic environment monitor. Ooh. Okay. So these are, if you have any sensors. Okay, we don't have any of those configured, so that's not too exciting. I changed the LoRa region. Now I see odd behavior. Try restarting the device. Check if Meshtastic D is running. Verify MQTT is enabled. Test MQTT subscription. Run on the Pi or from another machine on the LAN. Node-RED can't connect to the database. Check data source config. Go to connections, data source, InfluxDB. Okay. Well, let's do this part first. Let's make sure data, we might not have any data yet. Uh, 8086. Is this admin as well? No. It was further up here. Admin Meshtastic. Okay. All right, so go to Data Explorer, query the Meshtastic bucket. All right, where's Data Explorer? Is that over here? Find the Meshtastic bucket. So I don't see anything there, so let me send a message. And just throw a couple messages out there. And let's see if anything. Okay, am I not doing it right? Let's see, Meshtastic. Query the Meshtastic bucket. How do I query the bucket? Search bucket. What am I searching for? Trying to see. I'm not seeing what. Okay, let's see. Graph. Graph, customize, tables, measurements. Okay, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be. Do I just search? Yeah, I'm not really sure how to use this tool. So this is a data explorer. View raw data. In the past about 15 minutes. Yeah, I don't know what language this uses. So let's get out of here if I can. Yeah, I don't know how this works. Who the heck knows how this works? I don't see anything there, though. Let's see. Trying to see some of those messages. No idea. Search for dashboards. What was this? Meshtastic? Here we go. It's gonna last 15 minutes. Nothing there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's. I wonder if it needs some of those other services. I don't see anything getting written here. Like this monitoring here, nothing's happening there. All right, so let's see here. Okay, we'll see if we get anything being written to the logs. Let's see. So there's stuff there for sure. All right, let me see what I skipped. Let me see what I skipped. Right, there were some things I didn't care to install. Configure the serial port, which we don't need to. We're not doing GPS, so that's step one. Install mosquito broker. Oh, so I think everything is keyed off of this. So that's why we're not seeing anything, I don't think. All right, so I think I need to, let's take a look at this script. All right, let's see. Configure telemetry. All right, so this thing is, let's see what this does. Okay, we're not worried about that. I'm just looking to see where the mosquito configuration is and see if I can point that at my server. Here we go. Okay, I don't want it to use the local host. Yeah, so this is the key configuration here. Here it is. Here it is. So they're just published to MSH. So let's see, 1883, where's that? Okay, I'm probably going to have to pull this up in a editor. I still don't see where. Let's do this. All right, let me see if this. Let's see. Okay, let's see here. Config key. Ah, right there it is. Okay. That's nothing. That's nothing. So it's really just right there. Okay. Now, okay, so that makes sense to me. Now, let's look at the topic. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. All right, so that's interesting. So there must be. All right, so let's see here. So there's. So the script actually configures settings on your device too. Oh yeah, here we go. Edit the script to use the correct address or configure it manually as described below. Okay, if you configure manually, you must enable the same options. Enable. Oh, I already have that set up. Set the broker address. Enable. Yep. Channel 0. Enable uplink for the primary channel. Ah, I think I still have that off. Okay. So let's go back here. And config, channels, long fast. Yes. Save those. All right, let's see if this gets us some business. Boy, is there anybody left out there? Is anybody following along? Hey, we have 18 people out there. Holy smokes. You guys are troopers. All right, let's see. If you are OD14, here, let me go to, here's the nodes I see, Ronnie, if you're still there. Let's see, is this you here, the bed 9, BED 9? Well, you're not going to see it there. Let's see. Oh, thanks, Pepe. You're probably long gone, but thanks for hanging out, buddy. Let's see. Okay. So now I have, now let me try to send. So let's go messages. Let's go long fast. Let's see if Ronnie's out there. Okay, that came through on my phone. Okay, now, let's see if anything came through here. I wonder if it still needs, it still may be trying to use. All right, we'll do that. Oh, wait, okay, so let's see. Let me read this here again. I don't need a serial port. All right, install the broker before configuring the telemetry settings. Configure telemetry at Messtastic Pylon. Okay, to configure environment telemetry, sensor data collection, GPS, enabled broker address, JSON output. I've got all that stuff already set. Channel 0 uplink enabled, required for, I've got all that stuff set. I am thinking it's got to be using something here. Okay, let me, here, Ronnie. I tried sending a message that you might see. Here's the nodes I've got. I wondered if this was you right here. Looks like it's still trying to determine that machine or that device. But that might be you, Ronnie. BED9. All right, let's see here. No problem, Sean. All right, so let me see here. Let's refresh. Yeah, so nothing. This isn't showing anything coming in yet. I don't think it'll show anything there, but gosh, I'm gonna have to put some sensors out just so I can get some of this stuff, because this will look pretty cool. But I don't think I'm getting any data here. All right, let's see what this node red does. MQTT JSON input, test environment data, test device data. So this is the one. So this says connecting. So let's look at this bad boy. Local MQTT. No, I don't want it to be local. We're going to edit that. Yeah, we're going to fix this mofo. We're going to fix this mofo. All right, so this is going to be 54, 236, 59, 90. Not going to use that. Protocol's fine. Let's go over to security. Okay. Let's make sure that looks right. That looks good. I'm going to call this the DRMQTT. Okay, update. Done. Deploy. Connected. Shabuya. Okay. So we are connected. Now, let's see what happens when we send a message. Oh, I got a message. I got an MQTT message. Oh, maybe that was me. That was me sending it. All right. Hey, Ronnie, are you out there? Okay. let's see. Where is that going to show up for me? Well, let's follow this. Oh, wait, I should see it in the database. I keep forgetting to check. Oh, no, this is the Data Explorer, right? This is, yeah. This is Influx. I've never used this. This looks pretty interesting. Now, the topic I know is different. So we're connected. All right, let's see what happens. So we're going to parse the JSON. So it's kind of funny. This kind of cracks me up a little bit because I do all this stuff myself on my MQTT server already. I'm doing this all through Python though. So let's see. So on message, it's going to do these things. Let's see, what's this? Message payload, debug, system console, node status, raw input. I don't know what that does, though. So that enables and disables, whatever that means. All right, so that comes from there, that comes from there. That's not the one I want. Okay, so that is coming from there. Parses the message, checks for validity. Okay. And then it's going to write it to the database. And it's got the ability to do that. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. So that's the database. It's local. Okay. Flows. Okay, so this is connected. I feel like I'm missing something here. Let's see. So those are going through. Ronnie, let me check you here again. See if you've showed up. Nope, I don't think I see you, bud. Make sure, Ronnie, that in your channel config, make sure you have the send, the uplink and the downlink enabled for your channels that you want to send to the MQTT server. If you don't have that, then it's not going to work. And then obviously you also have to have MQTT enabled. All right, so let me see. What is this telling me here? Let me look at that flow again. So this is connected. It's going to get input. Action, subscribe to a single topic. How about dynamic subscription? Oh, wait a second. Cancel out of that. Let's look at that. Okay. Subscribe to a single topic. So it's only going to look for JSON. Okay. A parse JSON object, MQTT JSON input. Subscribe to a single topic. So it's going to go that. Why is that a plus? We're going to make that US. Done. Deploy. The workspace contains some nodes that are not properly configured. What's invalid? So parse. So it doesn't like something here. I didn't even change anything there. What is that? Why is that? All right, let's reload it. Okay, I'm gonna come in here. I'm gonna make that US. Done. Okay, the workspace contains some nodes that are not properly configured. Metastatic gateway write to InfluxDB. So what does it look like here? Local InfluxDB. Yeah. Yeah, that's that. is the token wrong? The token doesn't look right. Let me put the token back. Just realized you were probably on your MQTT and not the main. Seems to be working. Hmm. Oh, let me see here. Slash show. Grab this token one more time. It's much larger than update. Done. Deploy. Success deployed. Okay, so this guy's connected. Let's see what happens when I send something now. All right, let's see. I don't see anything flowing there. Let's see. My message came through. So that's good. Did I pick? No, still 6 nodes. This is the part that's got me scratching my head. So this is connected. Meshtastic flow. All right. So how do I let's deploy that. I don't know what this does. Let me try. Okay. Did that do anything for me? Output, message, payload, debug window. Okay. So how do I get a debug window? Oh, I wonder if it shows up there. Let's try this again. So it's a debug window. I don't know how. Does anybody know how a Node-RED debug window works? Let's see. Let's see. Use the debug node. Drag and drop a debug node. Connect it to the output of the one you want to debug. Configure the node. Set the output to display or a custom property. Deploy the flow and view the message in the debug sidebar. Okay, where's the debug sidebar? This must be the debug sidebar. Right, that would make sense. That's the debug sidebar. Yeah, so that's that. Okay, so show more. Target type message. So I don't think anything's showing up there. Gosh, there's still some of you guys hanging out there. Troopers. All right, let's see here. I don't know what that's trying to do. Let's reload this. So this is connected. So that's got to be a good thing. I want to see the message. So that flows out of here and into the parser. This is the raw input. So this should show the full JSON. That's what I would suspect. Yeah, the message payload. That's what we want to see. Hey, Ronnie, thanks for hanging out, buddy. Oh, wait, right to the influx data. What are we getting there? Node red. What does that mean? One node uses this config. That looks like an error or something. Right to the influx DB. Right to the local influx DB. There's only one, so that's fine. That looks fine. It looks fine. Let's see. It looks fine, but it's given me an error. The workspace contains some nodes that are not configured Let's see. Cancel. So what's wrong with this thing? What is wrong? Okay, data flow description. What is the plus? Let's see. I don't recall. Let's see. In a QTT topic. I just absolutely hate. Let's go to Google. All right, let's see. Acts as a single level wildcard. Okay. So that's a wild card. So that's saying any country that it comes from should be fine. Let's see. Add your node ID mappings in the parse function. Okay. Well, let me get back to this. All right, we're going to make that a plus again. So it's going to, that's fine. Okay. It's done. Wait a second. What did that say? Let's go back to that. Add your node ID mappings. All right. Example. Add your device IDs here. Node ID mapping. Modify according to your devices. All right, I don't know what the heck that's talking about. Let's get some help. Let's see what AI can tell us. All right, let's see. So we'll key value pair the unique ID number of your hardware node. Okay. So that's not going to be extremely helpful. Let's see. Hey, there's some messages. Were those my messages? They were. Okay. Let's see here. So I got to find. Okay, what's the device number? Where is that at? Let me see. Where's it at in the app? That might help me. So it's not there. All right, so let's see. All right, let's see. Look up this. Okay, match found. If the incoming ID exists in your node map, it assigns your custom name. Okay, if the node is not found, then it'll assign that. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so that doesn't really matter. Okay, but we'll put one in just for fun. For funsies. We'll put one in just for funsies. Okay. We'll say done to that. Doesn't like something there. Guess it wants that. What doesn't it like there? What doesn't it like? Yeah, it shouldn't need that. I didn't think so. But it's giving me the funky little error thing. Yeah, that's weird. Let's grab that. All right, let's try to put... So it shouldn't care about that. I'm guessing that's what that wants. That's the node ID. It's hex. Their example doesn't show it as hex, but they show it as 8 characters. So that's got to be it, I would think. Maybe they don't like that. Oh boy, they don't like that at all. Let's see, is there any errors in here? Doesn't look like it. Let's see. Yeah, it wants them in just a regular. So what's it looking for then? Why, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it's looking for. Here, let's look in the device itself. Oh, it's looking for the node number, not the node ID. Did that say the node number? Or did it say the node ID? It says the device ID. Sounds like that's not what you want. All right, let's try this again. It does not like, if I just add that line, it gets all, so there's something else in here it doesn't like. Yeah, there's definitely something else in here it doesn't like. Okay, what doesn't it like? All right, let's see. A message arrives. It does not contain a from property. Typo in object keys. Ah, that's what I'm looking for. The device status section, the code checked if payload battery level. Object key condition. Well, I don't think that's going to do anything. Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't know what it doesn't like. If I just close it, it errors. That's weird. That is weird. That is really weird. And then this guy here. So that's just the name. That's the server. What version is this? Oh, drat. What was it? Okay. What version is this thing? So that's a data explorer. Where's the actual? Let's see, buckets. All right, what's going on here? Okay, can do lots of stuff. Buckets. 7 days, 3 days. So I don't think there's anything there we need to do. Data Explorer. So I don't think there's no data getting there. No data is getting there. That should take me to the... Oh wait, I'm not on that. So yeah, that won't work. Okay, I'm pulling it from there, so okay. Connection timeout? Meshtastic, Meshtastic. Is that what that should be? Organization, Meshtastic, bucket, Meshtastic. Okay, so the organization is Meshtastic, and the bucket's Meshtastic. Okay, that's fine. That looks good. Okay, I've got no errors. How does that work? Okay, let's send something and see what happens. What's this? Test environment data. Ooh. Okay, how do I send this? Okay, I injected the data. Successfully, so it said. All right, so supposedly I injected something. Should come through here. Check validity. Okay, let's see. Raw MQTT input. Oh wait, so maybe we're getting somewhere here from at 154. Long fast. AECA. Was that me? I think that's me, isn't it? AECA. Oh, I think that's me. Is that me? Here, let's find out. How'd I get to that? Okay, there's the debug. Let me send another message. Okay, let's see. Or was that... Okay, let's clear messages. Clear all. All right, let me inject. Okay, so node influx db data, message payload array. So here's the object. Okay, measurement from the node, field, temperature, humidity, pressure, gas. Okay, let's trash that. Let's get this guy. Okay, I think that's that. Let's do this test device. All right, so let's see, what is this doing? So it's got message payload. All right, so now let's